hear you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. We're locked in. We're ready to go. What an incredible green room that was. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Chapter 109 of KRT, Known Realms Tolesh. Before we dive into tonight's adventure, let's introduce our players, starting with Button.
I understand why Adam gets so stressed. Hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. I play Echinacea Belrose, the little wizard attacking their kidnappers. And you can find me on this channel in an upcoming project soon to be released. And when I'm not here, you can find me over on Stealthy Elf Productions in Unearthed Inheritance, where I play Cressida, in Outlaws of Alkenstar, where I play Shugapee, and in New World Rebellion, where I play Amanita.
Amazing.
That's it.
Thank you so much. Angie.
Hello, everybody. Hi, my name is Angie Gone, they, them pronouns, Agonethetic on the internet. I will be playing Zio Moreno, he, they pronouns. You can find me, of course, here every Sunday for Known Realms Tolesh. And then there's a lot of stuff happening. So far, we are halfway through our Secret Nerd podcast, Ghost Underground, a corrupted TTRPG. The game itself is created by Navarre Sheikh Jackson, who is our editor and the creator of Secret Nerd Podcast. It has been an incredible experience getting to play that game. It was very, very fun. Second thing, also check me out over on the One Shot Network, where I got to play Mad as Hell, Soul Puppets, new TTRPG about fighting the demons of capitalism. It was very fun. It's 2 episodes. It's over on the One Shot Network podcast. You can also, starting on May 29th, you can find me on Imagination Arcade as we play Eat the Rake. And I get to play a sassy vampire. I'm trying to find the last low in me. You know, gay is hot, gay is hin, gay it's gonna be. And yeah, and also come check us out because Josephine Scary Dog Friend playing Chuck, who is literally just the ghoul from Fallout. Hello. Anyways, there's that, and then of course, the Last Arcanist over on the Dicescape channel. The first episode of our origin stories, Eleanor's, went out this week, so check us out. Yeah, lots of things.
Busy boy.
Yeah.
Busy boy. Hell yeah, we'd love to see it. Thank you, Angie. Last but certainly not least, Lou.
Oh, I'm Lou. I play Dolores. We both use she, her pronouns, and you can find me at Luzelia_art on most social medias, where I will hopefully be launching a Patreon like this week. Gosh dang it, I keep on fuddling.
Girl,
but that's where I'll be sharing my creative process and eventually like scoping up to paid tiers where you get like postcards in the mail of art and stories and such. But yeah, stay tuned.
I need it.
Once tours and whatnot as well.
Once that goes live, we will share it on all our socials to gas up our companion here.
Yeah.
Lou's like, hey girly, we haven't talked in about 10 years. I have a business opportunity for you. Would you like to join my MLM?
Oh no.
Hi everybody, my name is
Lou LaRoe.
Oh,
sorry.
No, don't apologize.
A pun?
A pun?
Can I interest you in a pun?
Hi everybody, my name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet, Tales Archived. I'm your archivist here for Known Realms Tolesh. Lead producer here at Tales Archived. Do all sorts of stuff. Lots of fun stuff. When I'm not here, you can find me over at Stealthy Elf Productions. I play Finn in Heroes of Styria, Unearthed Inheritance, and Rim. I really do have a problem with names that be sounding the same.
Kaylin, Lucy, and Lauren. It's fine.
Damn. It's not fine. Bun's been complaining about it since we fucking started.
It's true.
But you can find me over at Stealthy Out Productions. We love our friends over at Stealthy Out Productions, so please go over and support them. They run a myriad of Pathfinder 2nd Edition campaigns, and they deserve all the support they can get. And then not this Wednesday, but the following Wednesday, you can find me in our finale session over on Starcrawl for Not For Sale. That was so loud, dude.
Sorry.
It was such a comedically loud chair plot. Clunk. Oh, fuck.
Leave them alone.
Not For Sale. I play Sterling. They understand self-love now, which is important. We're fighting the capitalists, so we'll love that. But without any further ado, I hand the reins over to Button for our recap. Thank you, Button.
You betcha. Last we told our tale, we began with my kidnapping. I was carried off by 3 knights of Koliada, the ensorcelled queen of the Winter Court. They had stolen my mythic spell book, gagged my mouth, restrained my hands, and covered my eyes. My capacity for casting magic was completely removed. Fortunately, the shadow of a wolf lives within my mind, and is my partner in the search to reclaim our memories, which were stolen by the same ensorcelled queen whose knights now carried me away. Eadwulf, becoming my shadow, fed me insights into my captors while I mapped in my mind palace the path that the captors wended through the jungle of Takul. I panicked. The memories I have made these past 4 months have been hard won. The thought of Koliada's forces once again stealing the memories from my mind filled me with terror. The thought of losing my knowledge of those I have grown to love flooded my consciousness. I allowed the panic to overwhelm me, for it to become visible to my captors that they might underestimate me. It worked. Queen Koliada's knights teleported my mythic spellbook to an unknown location, and then teleported me into a subterranean cavern system. Though they chained me therein, my speech and sight were returned to me, a miscalculation on their part. The leader of these knights then introduced himself as Soverian, and made clear that we had met before. Of course, I do not remember that. He made sure of it. Across Takul, Zio, Dolores, Lucian, Kaelin, Uldiel, and Wit, after their fight against Glacia's manifestation and attempt to flood the island, regrouped. Zio explained the history of their animosity with Glacia and Ulma to Dolores, and their hope to talk sense into the fire and water contingents of the Union of the Tranquil. Wit, for his part, made clear that in that moment, he does not share Zio's hope. Rather, he intends to kill the 2 elementals who stand in the way of Zio's goals, and in the way, Wit believes, of his own freedom to heal. Internally, Zio hopes for Wit to be able to break the cycle of violence and to become his own person. They do not voice it at the moment, as Wit is being a brat. As the search for me continued, Zio led the way, and Dolores fell behind, consumed by memories of her childhood, newly won from the Blade Brother. She has been here before with her father. He fell down this very path and broke his leg. Despite the direness of that situation, Dolores' father comforted her. Drawn into that memory, Dolores misses as Zio follows Amine and delves deeper into the tunnels. There, Zio discovers thrashing in a pool ahead, the injured Swagan. Zio offered him help. Toka, as he is called, I zoomed out, help. Sorry. Toka, as he is called, initially refused, citing the belief that he should not be permitted to live if he cannot take care of himself. However, Zio convinced him through gentleness, empathy, and offers of aid to return to the tunnels with them. During the course of this conversation, Zio learns that Glacia entreated the aid of the Swagan scouts protecting the nearby reefs. When aid was not given, Glacia attacked the scouts, tearing their fins from their bodies. Armed with this terrible knowledge, Zio, and... Oh, I lost his name. It's just an underscore. I'm an idiot. Toka?
Yeah.
Toka returned to the others. Meanwhile, High Mage Soverian revealed that my amulet of non-detection had allowed me to evade the Knights of the Winter Court for months. Upon giving Kaelin my amulet, I became vulnerable to scrying. I cannot tell anyone about this. Casimir is already holding the events of our last night in Ulcas against Kaelin. Soverian then suggested that he would return something valuable to me if I helped him. My memories. All of them, he initially said. Koliata wishes for me to be brought to Squall's End to heal her, presumably through the use of my sigil sphere. The rage I felt at being given permission to carry out a mission that I attempted 56 years ago consumed me. After stealing my memories as punishment for the attempt, now they instead demand that I carry out the task that I intended to heal the ensorcelment upon Koliata. It's not that I won't do it. I will help her, but I will not do so as their prisoner. I will not do so under coercement. I will free Koliata from the god Kervaith's enchantment in my own way at the time of my choosing, a person emancipated. As Soverian made clear that he would hold me hostage if I did not agree to aid Koliata, I premeditated for the first time on the value of taking a life, and sent Aedwulf to invisibly retrieve the key to my manacles and one of my spellbooks, the Atlas of Endless Horizons. One of Severian's knights cast a truth spell upon Severian to verify the offer he was making to me. Despite this, he spoke in such a manner that I highly doubt his capacity to truly return all of my memories to me. Also, he did not notice that Squall's End is impacting the strength of the enchantment on Koliata, and despite verifying the truth of his intention to return memories to me, my question revealed that he could not, in truth, return everything that was stolen. That said, I did get some hope. Once all of my memories are returned, the memories of the Corpore will return to them as well. Aedwulf will know himself again. As Aedwulf returned to me with the key to my freedom and my spellbook invisible in my hands, Soverian offered me time to reflect on his offer, moving to blindfold me again. I asked him if he ever regretted any misdeed Koliata made him carry out. Soverian replied that he regretted not being able to save his siblings, who were killed by Koliata as traitors. I called him a fool and condemned him for serving not Koliata, but Kervaith for half a century. Seeming rattled, he taunted that I had lost everything because I was too weak to keep what I held dear safe. I retorted that the same could be said of a man who stood by while his family was murdered by the queen he served. Soverian attacked, intending to throttle me, and when his hands closed around my neck, they clenched over nothing but air. My Atlas of Endless Horizons shunted me away from danger, and the fight for my freedom began. Back in the tunnels, Toka revealed to Zio that he worships the moon, Hyliel, rather than the Caledonian trench goddess Aorshi. During this conversation, Zio summoned Lulu to watch over Toka before hearing Wit screaming through the tunnels for them. Rejoining the party, Zio copes with Lucian's dislike for Wit and their own frustration at Wit's apparent inability to be stealthy. When Wit continued to be belligerent, Zio bit back that Wit is smarter than this and that he is being conservative but not considerate. Point made and bar dropped, Wit conceded and Toka was introduced. Zio healed Toka with the combination of their spirit calling and Minri's magic. In return, Toka agreed to help guide the party through the tunnels. Recalling the Scorched Isle prejudices against the Swagan, Dolores fell back into a memory of her mother finding her childhood self and her father with his broken leg in the caves. Her mother humming, her father beating a rhythm upon the stone until they were reunited. When Dolores' mother sang, she was able to heal her husband and illuminate the caverns in bright crystalline light. in that moment of remembrance, Muse's words came to Dolores' mind. There is a song within everyone. Dolores began humming her own song, echoing the memory of her mother. In that moment, the tarnacum of Dolores' mechanical arm flaked away, revealing a silvery flute-like appendage in its place. Before Dolores can explore this or celebrate, the party was then abruptly stumbling upon an illusion of me in flight. It was not me. Breaking through the illusion, the party came face to face with a giant spider, and combat ensued. Back at the kidnapper's cavern, Soverian promptly took Aidwolf out of the fight with hypnosis. During the course of said fight, I learned that one of Soverian's knights was present when my memories were taken. I promptly bloodied him. His other companion revealed that she was present the day that Kolyada took my husband Lorien from the battlefield and used Aidwolf to take over Lorien's body. Aidwolf and I will have our vengeance presently. Soverian, for his part, fled from me in the battle to no avail, as I chased him down. Meanwhile, with the spider, Zio led the charge, taking flight and attacking. As they did so, their insight gleaned that the giant spider held no malice for the party. It was simply a creature that had stumbled upon a convenient dinner. However, before Zio could give the order to simply flee, the giant spider attacked Kaelin. Kaelin, for his part, seemed triggered by encountering an entity representative of the princedom he fled in Zendrix. Zio, Dolores, and Lucien nevertheless protected Kaelin, sending volleys after the spider until it decided to find easier, less pain-inducing prey. My friends, now safe, returned to their search for me. I, for my part, continued to pursue my liberation from the Knights of the Winter Court.
Take that well-earned inspiration point button. Expertly
Thanks.
done and fitting, because we are picking up with you.
Okay.
As the fight continues. Just to reset the scene here, Soverian has managed to keep up his concentration on hypnotic pattern. Aedwulf is completely locked in hypnosis, standing still. You have bloodied the warlock compatriot of Soverian, who is moving much more slowly than they were immediately. The knight, however, moving with a ferocity and a sort of crazed nature. But in this initiative order, Soverian is first. So he looks at you, Echinacea, and with this same very commanding and dignified way, even though you stand above him, he is still managing to look down on you with his expression. You have one more opportunity to surrender before this becomes even worse for you, and you will be rendered incapable of anything.
Are you saying you intend to fail Kolyada?
I did not say I would kill you.
If I am incapable of anything, how am I healing her, you nitwit?
He looks at you, and he is going to cast a spell. What he's gonna cast is Rhyme's Binding Ice. You see as he begins to crunch his hand, and you hear underneath you the sound of ice as an ice completely made of a hand made completely of ice rushes up from the stone in an attempt to grab you. So what I need from you is a Constitution saving throw, please. Are you
Nat
kidding?
20.
Fuck! Fuck! Shit! I mean, I'm happy. I love that. That's cool. But I'm also like, son of a bitch!
Sorry, my camera's upset.
No, you're
Nat
fine.
20, though.
Nice. Okay. So you see this ice construct version of Soverian's hand coming up to grab you. Echinacea, you succeed on this saving throw. So you will take so paint us a picture of how you break the hand, how you keep this hand from wrapping around you.
The hand reaches up from the ground to close around Echinacea, and Echinacea has a distinct memory of the Gala of Innovation at Narfolk when a hand made of stone reached up to grab Wit that Zio had cast. And they scamper using the training from Lucian, from Whistle, from Kristoff, and they dart do between each finger until they're standing atop it. And they still take damage, and I think the reason they do is because they have this flaming globe around them, and as they reach the top, they stamp a foot onto this hand that is reaching for them, and it shatters as the fire breaks it, and they drop to the ground, the shards of ice still cutting them, but there's a grin on Echinacea's face.
Yeah, and you take 5 points of cold damage.
Oh, that's nothing.
Yeah, I rolled Booty Dukas for damage. 9 on 3d8, and then I have it. I'm like, you motherfuckers. Soverian looks and just... It's disbelief and an immeasurable amount of frustration. He will use his bonus action to Fey Step. And he is going to move... Bitch, I do not want the fog of war. He's going to move right here. And I need you to make me a... wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom. That's significantly worse. 13.
You, upon a failure, given the winter Fey Step, you are now frightened of Soverian. Eerily mirroring the fear effect that Uldiel had put on the spider at the end of last episode.
Yeah.
So how does this manifest for Echinacea?
Echinacea's talking a big game, and they are furious, but I think the fear is that Soverian is not making an idle threat. It's a very real fear that Soverian might take their memories away, that might do something they're not anticipating that will render them incapable, as he said, of doing anything. And to be trapped, to be held, to be incapable of acting with agency and autonomy is Echinacea's worst nightmare.
Okay. And Soverian stares at you with purpose, with anger, and with this assuredness that he will be done. His will be done. Okay, that is the end of Soverian's turn. Echinacea, you're up with the other two on deck.
Okay. Echinacea's going to use their action to move the moonbeam here. I need both of them to make saves for it.
Okay. I should dice, you know.
You should dice.
Soverian gets a natural 20.
I'll take half.
And then this knight gets a Constitution save.
Con.
Okay, a 21 for the knight.
Okay, they're both going to take half of 15, so 8
Okay.
radiant damage. And
8.
is that an action? Sorry, I'm making sure that's an action, not a bonus action. Yes, okay. As their bonus action, Echinacea is going to use a Weave's Mend to heal themselves.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus! Sorry, it's good.
No.
Echinacea, in their terror, thinks they just have to survive this. They just have to make it. Because if they don't make it, they might not exist anymore. And the thought, the intent, the need to survive manifests as a glow behind their eyes that seeps upward like tears that defy gravity and become a glowing halo around their head, red the color of Igni. And still feeling that this is not quite enough, Echinacea is also going to dispel their defensive dome.
Ooh. Okay.
I need 2 dexterity saving throws.
You move the moon.
Actually, is he within 15?
Here, correct?
No. Yeah.
Perfect. Is he within 15 feet of you? Yeah.
Not the far guy,
Oh,
though.
no. He's
So just
20
2.
feet. Okay. Dexterity saves. Oh, Soverian fails. Oh, and I lose my dice. And so does the knight.
Okay, they each take 17 more points of radiant damage on this turn as the fire bursts out from Echinacea, scattering across their faces.
The knight is bloodied, for sure. And then... Okay. All right. Yeah. The knight is bloodied. Soverian is not as of yet. As Weave's Mend is cast, Soverian just looks at you with this inquisitive and almost appalled expression, just unsure of what he's seeing. Okay. Anything else on your turn?
No.
Okay. We're at the NPCs.
I'm going to make that save for Aidwolf really fast.
Oh, yeah, please do that.
Nope.
Okay.
I rolled a 4 on the die plus 1.
Okay. I need to make another Constitution save for the knight, correct?
Yes.
No. That's a 3 on the die. So go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's going to take another 7 radiant damage.
Okay. The warlock here is going to move and is going to cast Eldritch Blast. Just try and bonk you. A 20 does not hit, correct?
No.
You don't roll for each thing, do you?
I think you do. They're different attacks, right?
Yeah, they are. Okay. He's got 3. That's a natural 1. Incredible. Okay. That is a 23.
It's
Okay. 9, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's gonna hit you for 8 force damage.
okay.
It becomes very clear that this warlock is holding on to what little vitality they have left. They're sort of just huffing. Blood is beginning to cover their left eye, and they lob these shots at you. The first 2 going completely wide, and one hits the water, the other hits a batch of stone far off on the back wall, and the last one just hits you pretty dead in the stomach. Just huffing, like barely able to kind of keep himself up here. Okay. We'll do one more round here. Oh no, we need the knight. She's gonna make 2 attacks on you.
Yeah.
No. Natural 20. Okay.
Yeah, that hits.
10. That's going to be 20 slashing damage. As you're kind of opened up after a moment as that force damage just barrels into your stomach, and this strike comes directly down onto your shoulder, hitting right on your collarbone and just sinking down across your chest a bit.
Is this what you did to Lorien? The descendant of your queen. Is this what you did?
You should ask your friend what we did. Looks at Eadwulf.
I'm asking you.
He took the joy in it.
I can see from your face that you did too, and so I shall take joy in my retribution.
Yeah, brother. She does not say anything else. I just saw your Nat 20 pic. It is the shakiest picture on earth. Just
tiny shaky.
My butthole. All right. Soverian is up. He's gonna make his save. Oh. Soverian failed his concentration check with a natural 2. So Eadwulf has a turn in this last round.
Shit.
So what do you want?
Oh,
him
in
to
the
do?
last one?
Yeah. I forgot to roll it, but I just rolled it now. So we're gonna have Eadwulf having 2 actions this time around. So you can do one now, and then we'll do another one right after your turn. Sorry about that.
Okay. No, it's okay. And then Severian, did he, for the moonbeam, succeed or fail?
He succeeded. Because your DC is
Okay, so
what?
he'll take
21.
con save.
Right. He rolled a 22.
Sorry, you said AC.
DC, I said.
DC, gotcha. So I rolled a 14, so he'll take 7 radiant damage.
Okay, got it. Ooh, Soverian is bloodied.
Okay. I think, unless something else makes sense to you, Eadwulf isn't going to beat around the bush.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to meld with the... Oh, I can't move him.
Oh, let me fix that. Sorry about that. Should be able to now.
Okay. The hypnosis falls. And... tell me what Eadwulf does when the hypnosis falls. How does he react?
He sort of was standing on his hind legs as he was about to barrel in, so he was stuck in that position. He slams his front paws down and looks up, and you can see he sees Soverian, who there's not a lot of recognition there. He looks at the warlock, no recognition, but he zones in on that knight, clearly remembering who she is. And there is a deep snarl, a baring of the teeth, and like the fur on his neck and shoulders just completely goes up.
I think with that, Eadwulf bounds the 30 feet. He can take an attack of opportunity from Soverian. But he's going to
Soverian's
flank with
save his
Echinacea.
reaction, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wizards like those.
17. 12. Okay, so with advantage, 17 plus 5. 22 to hit this knight.
Yep, hits.
Okay. Adding 3 to this damage. On the first hit, she takes 13 damage from a bite.
Okay.
As Echinacea said he could go for the throat.
Mm-hmm. Looking rough.
And his second attack, that's a fucking net 1, but we've got advantage. It's a 15 plus 5, does a 20 hit the
Beats
knight.
it, beats it.
Okay. Okay. Adding 3 to this as well. 8 plus 3 is 11. 11 damage from his claw attack as he carves into her.
My question becomes, is this lethal or is this non-lethal?
There's a moment in the fear and in the vengefulness of this melee where Echinacea wants this to be done, wants this to be over, and wants this to never threaten them again. But they look over the shoulder of this knight into Aedwulf's teal eyes. And life has been that which Echinacea has fought for since they can remember, which granted is not as long as it should be, and is not as long as it should be because of these people. However, it is one thing to take a life in the hopes of saving others, and another thing to take a life to make yours easy. And Echinacea isn't willing to do this just to make their life easy. So in that eye contact, and in the shared mind palace between themselves and Aedwulf, they beg him, let her live.
Nods. And essentially just takes the flat end, or the flat, base of his paw and just slams her head directly into the floor and just knocks her unconscious, baring his teeth at Soverian and the Warlock.
That's Aedwulf's turn. Soverian's made his save, so now it's his turn.
Okay. Soverian is looking, seeing a knight go down, seeing this spell that he concentrated on go down. He just grits his teeth and he looks back at the Warlock. Hold them down. And with Spelldriver, is going to use their bonus action to cast Command on the Warlock.
Wait, does Spelldriver make spells into a bonus action? I thought it just gives you the ability to cast two. Like Misty Step and then another one.
Did I read the verbiage wrong? I probably did. 1 second.
Well, I didn't take it.
No, you're right. You're right. He will still say that. No spell is cast. His action, however, will be to cast Anti-Magic Field on himself.
Bro! Brother! You're a wizard!
Uh-huh.
Why?
Because he's going to try and hold you down. You, Aedwulf, and this spell are now within the anti-magic circle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's the radius on that?
10 feet.
Okay.
So this would fizzle the moonbeam.
It's not... I can move it and it will still be up. But
Okay.
yes.
But yeah, I'll just move it over here, and then you can
It's
put
not
it...
currently functioning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then... he will move to get right here. And it is your turn.
Mm-hmm. This is water around me?
Yep.
This is like a little...
This is a little patch of land. Yep.
Little patch of land. Echinacea is going to jump there. They'll take the attack of opportunity.
Okay.
If there is one from Soverian.
No attack of opportunity.
They leap out of the anti-magic. How high is the cavern?
We're looking at about 60 feet.
Got 20 feet of movement left. They fly 20 feet into the air and stare down at Soverian.
Okay.
That's their movement. With their action, he's out of it. Unfortunate. Echinacea is going to stare down the warlock.
Mm-hmm.
I am the Ashborn of Igni. Do not make me dance upon your pyre. And they're going to cast Firebolt at him.
Damn.
Does a 33 hit?
Yeah.
And he takes 19 fire damage.
I assume the non-lethal stays. Falls unconscious.
Echinacea.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. Echinacea has the same thought and the same conclusion.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you see as soon as the first bolt hits and resolves, he just completely falls over and just, you see the talisman just sort of clatter out of his hand. Soverian just sort of huffs and just falls. Beowulf's up.
It's still my turn.
Oh, yeah.
As a bonus action, Echinacea is going to... Where are you?
Where are you?
They are going to Fabled Healer on themselves. They're going to use 3 as they give a little whistle reminiscent of their recently departed from their company friend. And 3 little birds appear out of their unfurled wings and turn red as they begin to circle Echinacea's head, mirroring and diving between the halo that is already there, glowing bright red. Heal themselves for 9, and then 3 temp HP. And as they look down at Soverian, they're still afraid. But they have to do this. It is just you and me now.
What sort of trick is this? There's a... Give me an insight check.
Bad. 8.
Yeah, with the fear, it's hard to read Soverian's expression, but it is clear that there is anger, disbelief, and calculating. Any deeper context or understanding, you're not able to glean at this point. But we will... Anything else with your turn?
No.
Okay. We'll do Aedwulf, and then we will jump over to our tunnel crew.
Thank you for your patience, you guys. Okay. Aedwulf doesn't have magical attacks.
Nope. he's just now you're stuck in here with me.
Oh, and I forgot to make he has one more attack, and I forgot to make it last time. Oh, well. He misses on the first bite attack. The second one is... Or I think he misses 8 plus 5. A 13 would miss,
13
I assume?
does miss, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The second one is 16 plus 5, which is 21.
Yeah, hits.
Okay. Soverian takes 8, 9, 10, 11 points of whatever that is. Slashing? Yes.
Damage,
Slashing damage. Then the last claw attack misses. That's a 7.
Okay.
Plus 5. 12.
Okay. Incredible. Soverian looks between the two of you, now alone, outnumbered now, as you were before. The two of you staring each other down. You in the air, Soverian on the ground, surrounded by anti-magic. And we will transfer over to our crew. Excellently done, Button.
Mythical!
All
He
right.
fucked around and found
He's
out.
finding out. He is currently finding the fuck out. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I will say, crew in the tunnels, as we're making it out of the spider's den, I got a smaller map, so you guys can drop yourself in this lower left quadrant, so we can actually, not have this bitch chugging.
Yeah. Let me see real quick. It looks like a little stomach.
Yeah, it does actually. Yeah.
Just making sure. Tee.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. We need Lucian, Kaylin, Wit.
Yep. I'm getting them. Uldiel's right here.
Oh, yeah. No, I did.
Mama, a girl.
Did I say Uldiel?
You said Uldiel.
Again, that was an inside thought.
Was that not an inside
Mama, a
thought?
girl behind you.
It was so fucking precious.
Mama.
Was that not an inside thought?
Was that not an inside thought?
Wait. Okay. What's the marching order here? You guys have just come out of this small little like sub cave.
I think Toka and Zio have probably been leading.
So yeah, we'll kind of put. I'll say Lucy is in the middle. Kaylin's in the back. Wit's kind of hanging around the middle. Uldiel is leaning toward the middle. Dolores, where are you at, baby? You are muted. Okay, there we go.
She's probably towards the back.
Towards the back. Okay, you're walking kind of like in step with Kaylin. Uldiel and Lucy are in front of you. And then we have Karak, Zio, and Wit kind of leading the charge. Dolores, give me a perception check here, and then Zio, give me the same. I could have just said both of you give me a perception check. I don't know why I didn't.
Yeah.
Keep it on
I
our toes.
Yeah.
It's gonna be something special. 1,000,000. Actually, 26.
1,000. So good.
15.
15, and then what'd you
There's
get
one
to?
thing I'm good at this perception.
Did you actually get 1,000,000?
I got 26.
Oh, 26.
Which is
I didn't-
basically
I
a
didn't hear the
million.
26. I didn't hear the 26.
Okay. You actually got 1,000,000?
I was like,
Yes,
what
I
are we
counted
talking
that
about?
quickly.
You see more water omine in the path ahead. And Karak kind of points to the area in front of you.
Is it Karak or is it Toka?
I'm saying Tarak. You can call him Toka. I'll know who you mean.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. Whatever you want.
Okay. I think Toka's cute.
Yeah, that's great. But you see, that sounded incredibly dismissive. That is not what I was intending. Great. I don't fucking care.
Who gives a fuck? Fail.
No.
Okay.
No, that's not what I meant. You see water omine sort of bobbing up and down in this. Just came in. They're sort of popping up from this subterranean riverbed. They don't seem to be in as much distress as the ones when you found Toka. But they definitely have a lot of curiosity, looking particularly in the leftmost direction, map-wise. So, this side. And no, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Zia will notice that sort of curiosity and that trepidation. Is it trepidation like worry curiosity or like what's over here? Like
it's more like what is that? Like something different is in here, and this is different. Wow, expert Lily said. Expert Lily.
Worryosity is my new favorite portmanteau.
Worryosity is really good.
Worryosity. So it's not worryosity. It's more so curiosity as opposed to worryosity.
Yes. There's not a lot of worry. There is a lot of curiosity, however.
Zio, seeing them, just kind of looks over to that area. Doesn't see anything, do they?
Okay, you move up here.
I move right up to like the pool to where the Omni are.
They just look,
and
yeah.
From this vantage point, I know I can't see beyond, but
you're able to hear. You kind of get a peek of like the entranceway, which just looks like the mouth of another like cavern. Makes sense in a fucking cave system, like duh. But you can hear the sound of just like moving water.
Okay.
And you kind of see them get in the water. You see them sort of dancing around and just a beautiful show, a beautiful performance.
What kind of show? What kind of performance? What is there? Someone over there?
An angel.
Are you giggling?
Because Button went immediately just.
Yeah. I think hearing the word angel.
Yeah, immediate suspicion, like, totally valid.
Zio's just kind of like, what did the angel look like?
Very blonde. Am I wrong? Am I wrong or am I right?
Zio just sort of. Okay.
They're
going to turn.
That needs help. A big fish.
With a big fish. Zio looks back over at Toka and says, "Were you traveling with anyone else? Was it just you scouting, or were there others?"
I was traveling with others, but they are dead. Killed by the Illwine. Last of my
Okay.
Scouting party.
Zio's going to sneak. I think they want to.
I love a sneak.
Yeah, a little sneak. The rest of the party, what are they doing? They're just kind of like waiting.
Waiting. Dolores, with your 15, similarly to how Zio is hearing this moving water, you hear it almost sounds like a wind chime. Like this wind sort of moving through a space and just creating these gentle jingles and this almost musical accompaniment. It almost sounds like the lullaby your mother used to sing to you.
In the same direction?
No. Coming directly from the leftmost path here.
I remember Dolores like having a wistery, a wisdom/history roll a few sessions ago, learning about these caves and knowing that they distort reality and memory, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Just want to make sure, like, that's part of her
that is part of your experience, yes.
Dolores will walk into the center of the group, say loud enough, hopefully for Theo to hear. What is everyone hearing? Remember, these caves are meant to deceive.
Lucian kind of nods. That makes sense. I hear my mother. She's dead. Wit's like, I don't hear anything.
What it's like, I don't have a past.
I don't hear anything.
For as long as I can remember, I was meant to not care about anything. Yeah. So my life started a month ago.
He's just Ken.
He's Ken. Uldiel makes it clear that she hears Coleata. Particularly barks at her for failing orders. And Kaelin also doesn't hear anything.
Right.
And Zio just looks
What the fuck?
because Dolores said this loud enough for everyone to hear, correct? Even for Zio to hear?
Yeah.
Zio-
Zio would absolutely, and Zio and Toka would 100% have heard that.
Zio just sort of like they look back at the Omine.
Mm.
Do they look just like is there any way that I can interpret if these are Omine or some kind of a vision or some kind of like a
You guys are all tripping balls.
yeah.
I'd say give me a nature check to see if these are actual physical anime that you can see.
I'm gonna.
I love anime.
I have the power of God and anime on my side. Oh!
That was a 10. I am gonna use an inspiration.
Okay.
You all said
No,
Bob earlier, and then I have
Huh?
the Bob song stuck in my head. Bob, 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 Bob. I don't know. I think it's a Nicki Minaj song.
It's a Nicki
but, like,
Minaj song.
Yeah, and everyone's
It's a
like doing a
Bob.
little Bob. Like that is in my head. So if you see me like just doing this with my head, it's because
Nicki Minaj is going
I rolled a
triple
14.
platinum. 14.
Yeah, that's the best I can get.
From what you can tell, yeah, these are real Omine.
I don't hear anything other than what the spirits are telling me. Which, to you, that could be like hearing random voices, but to me, it's a little different.
And yeah, the distinction here, right, is that the people that are hearing things are strictly hearing them. You have Zio a visual experience as well as an auditory one. Yeah.
Dolores looks to Kaelin, like Uziel and Lucian. Oh no, Kaelin isn't hearing it, and asks like, where are the voices coming from?
Kaelin or Lucian looks in the same direction that you did. That leftmost. Shut up. Wipe that fucking smirk off your face. So does Uldiel. They look in that leftmost direction.
Okay.
Should we investigate?
There's the Omine are saying something about having seen a blonde angel in this direction. I was going to possibly sneak up and investigate because last time we saw Echinacea, we ended up crossing the path of a giant spider. So
it's like a blonde angel, very descriptive, very much who we're looking for. And Toka
do you know any
goes-
other blonde angels that we might be looking for?
Toka just says, "What is blonde?"
Oh, there's no one that's blonde with us.
No.
You know, like straw color hair.
What is straw?
Great.
Great.
Trying to think about
Pull a fish out of water, but
yeah, I'm trying to think about the ocean equivalent of it. You know, like you know, there's green algae, there's different colored algae. The one that can be a little bit more pale, more yellow.
Oh, yellow. Okay. There's an immediate yellow. Got it.
Yellow.
Okay.
Um, So if you got so quiet, Alec.
Pussy. Is that better?
I was just messaging, like, I can't tell what you're saying.
Is that better?
No. A little bit.
It'll correct over time.
Yeah. Zio looks at the rest of the group and said, I don't think it's safe for us to split. So we have two options. We can follow these voices that you are all hearing, or follow the words of the Amine. If it were up to me, I would be following the words of the Amine, but that's because I trust them. You all might not work with them or see them as well as I do, but I can assure you that they are trustworthy. I don't know how trustworthy random voices that only a few of us can hear and are also all different to each of us might be.
Lucien just sort of nods. Probably not the wisest idea to go chasing ghosts.
Agreed.
Follow the Omni then. And, okay. Zio, you move to sneak. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check as you kind of peek around the corner to get a look at what is currently happening.
What's a 17?
17.
Or here. Yeah.
Okay.
Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo.
And you stick around there.
Yeah, just around the
Okay.
corner. Just kind of.
So as the area is revealed, we'll say you're able to see, that much. You see what is very much a visage of Echinacea, tending to fucking just tending
fuck is that?
to this crustacean-like creature. Its carapace is sort of broken down its rightmost arm, and Echinacea is putting their hands are sort of over it, the broken arm, and you can see as the wounds are beginning to heal themselves. Yeah, Dad.
What does the healing look like? Does it look like Echinacea's healing, or does it look like
that.
the impression?
I'm going to give you an inspiration point because that's very good and exactly the question I wanted you to ask. It's almost like Echinacea's doing this, and then the wound is magically better. There's almost like, when you're looking down a street on a hot day and there's that like haze, that the heat coming off of the cement.
Yeah. It's like a mirage in the desert.
It's like that. That's essentially the energy that's
not
being
real.
given off. How long do you sit here and watch this?
I think Zio, not knowing if people are coming to get closer,
Lucien
gonna
100% sneaks up.
immediately just like I know Lucian's also a sneaky boy, but also just kind of like holds fast.
He only goes right here.
Maybe we can Scooby-Doo like heads on top of each other.
Lucien just scoots over, and you can tell when you go like, he turns around to the rest of you and goes,
yeah. So I'll sit and wait.
You watch this happen, and after about 5 minutes, you see this very sharp as Echinacea takes on the position they were in before. As
It
this
starts again.
starts
Like a recording.
exactly again, saying the same thing, doing the same thing, and Button's like, "Oh, beat your ass!" This is another programmed illusion.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Zio will kind of take a couple steps back. And also, we'll put to memory the vision of this creature, big ass creature. And then as they're walking back, they're going to grab Lucian and direct him back to the group. It's definitely not Echinacea.
I will say, during the 5 minutes that we were waiting, Dolores, the voice that you hear, the song that you hear, eventually transitions to a voice.
Oh.
And it is a one-to-one of your mother. Singing, "Hush now, darling, close your eyes. The stars are stitching shut the skies. The moon has dipped her silver comb to brush the dreams that call you home." First part of this lullaby that she would sing to you that kind of was washed back behind this mental wall you had. The wind has folded up its wings. The brook forgets the song it sings. The owls have closed their watchful eyes, and time itself begins to lie. And you see, curling around the corner, the visage of your mother.
Oof.
Beckoning you forward into that leftmost room. Lou going, "Oh, brother." Ooh, a twat for me.
Can I look and get a perception check of how affected
The
Wit
others are?
and Lucian are? Yes,
Lucian
and
and
Uldio.
Uldiel.
Like,
Give me an
Uldiel.
insight check.
okay.
Yeah, give me an insight check, please.
3!
Fuck yeah.
Lucian's Lucian's locked in to what's going on with Zio. Does not seem to be affected, and Uldiel is very alert and looking around, and you're not able to get a good read on her. But yeah. And you hear again, "So sleep, my heart, and do not fear. No shadows dare to wander near. My voice shall guide you through the deep, a blade of song awarded sleep." Button hates it. If you drift where dreams, gates of snow, the tune I leave behind, a thread of gold for you to find. And you hear the voice begin to crack and break as if it's falling into tears. And the final line, the final section, "Sleep softly now, the world is kind. The dark is warm, the stars are land. And when the morning breaks the gray, I'll sing the dusk to drift away."
I think as Echinacea? For some reason, I was put that on the, does that belong on a tally? New list? As Dolores, is straining to listen. She's going to try to open herself up, and she'll kind of unwittingly cast magical awareness in that direction. So trying to perceive the presence of concentrated magic, any location of spell or magic item within 60 feet that isn't behind total cover.
Okay. And that was your magical what now? Magical awareness? Okay. Sorry, I just want to read this.
Mm-hmm.
Third level, the magical energy. No. Okay, let me choose this. Presence of concentrated magic. Any spell or magic item. You indeed do get a ping perfectly in this direction, particularly of a magic item.
Okay. Interesting. There's nothing else. It sometimes will say like class of magic. Is it like, is there any kind of
I'm not seeing
school
that given here. When you sense, when you sense a spell, you're not sensing a spell, so there is no direct. You don't get a direct call to the School of Magic, because it is an item. But you get that it is an item.
Okay.
And only from the left or
Only from the left, and it's strong.
because I would have range to this area here, technically, if there's anything.
Would you? Is that within 60 feet? Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, you 100% get an illusion spell. Programmed illusion. Yeah. So that kind of confirms as Zio gets to the point where things begin to repeat. You're like, illusion spell over there. Don't fuck with that.
And then what about destruction?
Was that 60? Yeah, stay right there.
Oh,
Damn. Okay.
Right.
Another illusion spell.
Got it.
Damn!
Got it.
My traps! No!
What ability is that? And I'm like, magical awareness. I'm like,
I was like, shit ass. So
It's like detect magic, but on crack.
I'll detect
Yeah, but
magic, but on
bigger.
fucking crack. So my question for you, Lou.
Yeah.
Do you acknowledge the song that has been sung and the call and visual apparition of your mother, or do you continue on?
She's definitely taking slow steps toward that direction. When she gets the hit of illusion magic, she'll turn and yell for Zio. And yell like that it's an illusion.
Okay, so as soon as you begin to come back, you hear from
Mhm.
Dolores, it's an illusion. So yeah, Lou, you
Yeah.
can...
It's like, oh. Yeah. I kind of figured that out the moment it started replaying.
Replaying.
Yeah, it was like, hello, I'm Echinacea. I'm healing this thing. Boop, 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 boop. Hello, I'm Echinacea. I'm healing this thing. And it was like, started from the beginning.
Oh my.
It's like,
I have detection that there's another one up to the right as well. But this
Yeah.
way there's a magical item.
in the direction of the voices.
And the apparition of my mother. She looks down. As she because you said that she was appearing.
You see
correct?
her, yeah.
Yeah. She's
Zia looks.
Dolores is taking slow steps towards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we see there's an apparition, or what is Lucian's immediate sort of like one coming back? So I can only assume that.
Give me an insight check on Lucy.
Yeah. Because if putting two and two together, if Dolores is seeing something and Lucy had been hearing something as well, no, that's
Mm-hmm.
that's an 11. You are doing bad.
From that, Lucian seems to be more focused on like the group than anything. He's not like looking off in different directions. He's kind of steeled expression-wise. I mean, he looks irritated. But this whole situation is quite irritating. So, but there's nothing that you get from Lucy, and that's like a, oh!
Okay. It looks to the rest of the group. Well, if there's two illusions in that direction, we need to avoid them so that the same thing that happened with the spider doesn't. But whatever is over there, maybe let's just be careful about it. It's not just like walk in.
What else is there to do?
Oh yeah, we can sneak and or I mean it's drawn to you.
Unfortunately, I think it's very aware of my presence, so whatever it is.
Okay. Do you want to go see what it is? You can say yes.
What does Dolores see straight down this area here? Is that where we came from?
No,
or-
that's the direction that you would be going forward. You came from here. That's where it spit you out, so you're moving up in this direction. So obviously you know that this is an illusion and there is an illusion over here. So this seems like the clear path ahead, but there is, that call to you coming from the left.
Where are do I see any of the crystals, the purple crystals that are on the wall?
They line the wall in both this direction and in this direction. But I will say there's more of a concentration of the crystals in this direction. And they seem to ignite around the vision of your mother. They're a bit brighter in the space she is occupying.
I think there are many ways through these caverns. I can tell by the way these crystals are. I used to navigate them when I was a child. My father taught me. If you follow the path, it'll lead you out. And they go both ways. I'd like to try this way.
Lizzie looks to the rest of the group, wanting to make sure. I know there is an urgency in us finding Echinacea, but it seems like whatever is being held here is also...
Uldiel, Lucien, and Kaylin seem pretty... They're kind of itching to keep moving forward.
Yeah.
But they look at Dolores and I think they see how we should keep this quick. Look and then keep moving.
Very well.
Lucy and the curmudgeon being like, they have taught me patience. It's not taking yet, but I'm trying.
I'm finding it.
I'm finding it. Okay. So Dolores, the question becomes, do you move into that hallway?
Yeah.
As you do.
Carefully.
Yep.
Can Zio stay close to Dolores?
How close?
Just like a little bit further back. Just want to make sure that they're going to be okay. That she's going to be okay.
Mm-hmm. You move through. And as soon as you step here, it's not magic. You step on a pressure plate, and a wall begins to push upward. Zio, since you're so close, I'm going to give you the opportunity to roll me an acrobatics check to flip over and be on the same side as Dolores. If you want to.
Stuck in this fucking room.
You don't know what's in there.
God damn it. Okay. These dice are doing me so dirty right now. Acrobatics.
Acrobatics.
13.
Unfortunately, that is not what you needed. You begin to jump up, but the wall just separates you and Dolores.
No. Just starts banging on the. Dolores!
Dolores, you hear the banging on stone and the call from your ally as your mother stands in front of you. I have a lot to tell you. And it starts here. And that's where we're going to take our first break.
Let her go!
All right, everybody.
Release her!
Release
I
me.
can't tell if this is real or not. Like, I actually kind of think it's not
Bad.
What is this item?
Lee's like,
Happening.
What is this item?
Always split the party?
What?
Always split the party.
All right.
Always split the party.
We'll be back in about 10 minutes to see what the fight between Echinacea, Aedwolf, and Soverian is looking like. And then we will return to see what Dolores finds in this odd space where a ghost of her mother seems to be occupying. Okay?
Jesus.
And we will see you guys in 10 minutes. Goodbye!
Bye. See you soon.
Okay. see and hear you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. As Dolores faces the horrors of her past, we jump back to Echinacea, who is also contending with the horrors of their past, but doing so a bit more handily.
Don't count Dolores out like that.
Well, we haven't seen what's going on yet.
Fair enough.
Soverian is up and is going to use his free object interaction to grab his rapier. And he's going to stab Aodwolf.
Sylvarian's a bitch.
Cool.
Yeah, agreed.
That is a... Okay. The 17 hit Aodwolf.
A 12 or higher hits Aodwolf.
Aodwolf is going to take 5 piercing damage.
Okay.
Soverian stabs and just looks up at you, confident that this is like a, I'll kill him so that you get down here.
The look on Echinacea's face is supremely unimpressed. I don't think the fear on that teleport lasts that long.
No, I think it's gone by now, for sure.
So let me get this straight. As a high mage, your plan, your intent here is to try to whittle my friend down here. He's got teeth.
He doesn't say a word.
Oof.
But he looks at you again. You are above him, but he's looking at you like, oh, they have no idea what's coming. And it's your turn.
Yeah. You have a plan? You have to have a plan. You can be that stupid. What's your okay. You have a plan. Well, and Echinacea is going to essentially use this time to prepare, since Soverian isn't like doing himself that many favors. They're going to cast Cure Wounds on themselves at first level, and they're going to Embers of Life on it.
Okay.
So the Cure Wounds heals them for 15, and then as they do this healing that I imagine Soverian has probably seen before and maybe might look kind of mirage-like, maybe might be the basis of some program delusions not too far off.
Mm-hmm.
But then where are they? I know they're in here. The Embers of Life manifest out of that healing, and for a moment Echinacea is awash in the air with the flame of the phoenix, and then they swallow that fire. As it funnels into them, they glow more brightly, and the rest of their wounds heal as they are back to full.
Okay.
And for their bonus action,
And for my next trick.
they're going to bolstering rally. This is not magical, so they're going to bolstering rally Aodwolf. And just say,
okay.
he can't take you. Look at him, he's hiding from you in there. And Aodwolf will get max. 8 plus 9 is a number, 17 temporary hit points.
Let's go. Okay, nice.
And then it's Aodwolf's turn.
Yep.
Where's my d20? There it is. And yeah, he's gonna make his multi-attack
Okay.
on Soverian,
Perfect.
who you said already is bloodied.
I did, yes.
Okay. A 12 plus 5, does a 17 hit?
Yes.
Okay. It's 2d6 plus 3. Soverian takes 5 plus 3, 8 damage on the first attack
Okay.
as Aedwulf bites into him. That one's a better roll, 19 to hit.
Yes.
Okay. Again.
Again.
That's going to be 7 plus 3, so 10 slashing damage.
10. Okay.
And then on the last one, that's a nat 20.
Let's
Job,
go.
Aedwulf. So that's going to be 12, and then roll again. Sorry, 1 sec.
No, you're fine. Don't apologize.
12, 10, that's 22 plus 3, 25 points of slashing damage on this last one. If you want to flavor how
Yeah.
Aedwulf goes about that.
Aedwulf very much transitioning or like transferring the rage and the aggression that he couldn't necessarily take out on that night in the moment without killing her is completely redirected to Soverian new tenfold, because on top of everything that this knight had said, this guy is so very clearly talking down to Echinacea when they are winning this fight. Like in the realms of like any metric, any sort of like conceivable means of victory, Aedwulf knows, having lived in Lorien's mind, and as well as yours, two very tactical people, this piece of shit is bluffing. And he just latches one hand into the hip, another into the shoulder, and bites into the opposite shoulder and just tears into him. I'd stop holding back if I were you. And fear completely rocks over Soverian.
Okay. That is, I think. Oh, wait. Hold on. Aedwulf, you can do stuff. It's dim light in here, you said, yes?
I did, yes. So you can do the shadow step.
Yeah, not even shadow step. Aedwulf is just going to, I think, following Echinacea's lead, step out of the anti-magic field, having seen this before. Casimir can cast this magic, and then turn invisible,
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
blending with the shadows.
Amazing.
He's gone.
He gone. Okay. Top of the order with Soverian's turn. He clasps his wounds, and you see that sort of like anti-magic circle fall as he dispels it. Duh.
Echinacea in their brain is like, that's an expensive spell.
Yeah, it is.
Oh god. Like they're like a little sad for the magic.
Uh-huh. And he points to you, Echinacea. It's hard out here, you know what I mean?
I know. Buddy, I'm out here too, I know.
He's going to use his movement. Oh, I'm going to turn off this aura quickly. He doesn't have it anymore. He clicks his heels as his boots of flying ignite as he flies up to you, Echinacea. And then he is going to... He can't kill you, but he can hurt you. He is going to cast... where the fuck are you? Cone of Cold on you.
Reaction, subtle spell, so that he can't dispel it or counterspell it. Echinacea sees this magic coalescing, and it's Cone of Cold, it's ice.
Mm-hmm.
And so a defensive dome appears around them once again as the fire meets the ice in the air. I told you I am Ashborn.
I don't think... Because obviously the defensive dome doesn't make a dexterity saving throw or a constitution saving throw. So does it just take the damage in that instance? 'Cause it's a 60-foot cone with a dexterity save.
Oh, I lied. Echinacea would know. I'm just dumb.
Because
no, 'cause
is
it's not an
defensive
attack.
dome only for okay, got it. Got it. You're so good.
Instead, Echinacea will use Wondrous Grace. And the same thing happens.
There.
This is a spell effect, getting bonked by the cold.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah. How much do I get hit for?
It would be 32 cold damage.
Okay. So as that 32 cold damage comes in to wreathe Echinacea in ice, fire bursts forward from them, that wreath around their body, as 17 plus 5, 22 points of that damage is rebuffed by flames expelling from them. So I take 10.
Damn, okay. Soverian just grits his teeth and looks at you. You will be put in your place. I guarantee
Where's
it.
that?
Alone. Without yourself. In a cell, ideally. But unfortunately, you are needed. And in this instance, he will use spell. This guy's song. In this instance,
He's so shitty.
he will use Spell Driver to cast Misty Step and to get 30 feet away from you. And I had Wolf, that fucking scary creature. Okay. We'll do one
Run
more
away,
round here.
Soverian. Yeah. Echinacea watches him go, and feeling that intent to imprison, the fury that roils from Echinacea coalesces in their hand. Material, flame. I want something to be very clear before I do this. You brought me here to negotiate terms, so here they are. If I am to break the ensorcement upon Koliada, you will provide me with the following. Contact with every Mindguard Corpore in possession of my memories. These Corpore are to be unharmed and unassailed by you. You will return all of my memories to me. Anything less than all, Soverian, will render our agreement null and void. We will not be departing immediately from Takul. I aid important tasks here. You do not get to kidnap me from my work. You will offer aid to Zio Marino. If they accept it, you will carry through on that offer. If they reject it, you will wait upon my word until I have finished aiding them. Then, and only then, will we set off for Squall's End. You will harm none of my loved ones, and no citizen of Takul or the Scorched Isles without Zio Marino's express consent. No harm I have done today has been lethal. Kidnap me again, at your own peril. I believe in second chances. I am not convinced you will deserve a third. Heed my warning.
You think you can give me orders? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
He starts to speak. Echinacea uncorks a bottle with their teeth, drinks a potion of maximum power, and casts Fireball at 5th level at him. He will take the maximum damage. Non-lethal. What is that damage? It's big.
He's going to counterspell.
Rotisserie chicken.
They counterspell his counterspell.
It fizzles. You see, as an attempt, the rapier is pointed outward, the staff in his hand, very much in a defensive motion, seeing you consume this potion and this wreath of flame. What does the flame look like as it accumulates around you with this maximum power?
The fire shifts from golden to red to the pale blue twilight of Minri, that blue that indicates a heat more powerful than an average flame. And as he casts counterspell, Echinacea laughs into the air and says, "I can do that too, High Mage." And their book swallows his counterspell, and the flame wreaths out across the entire space, engulfing him. And there's this strange instance. I think in this moment, Soverian, looking around, sees that Echinacea, if he were to make a medicine check of, say, 10 or higher, he would glean that each wound on those surrounding him fallen on the ground is a centimeter to the left from lethal regions: the aorta, the carotid, the radial, the femoral arteries. And Echinacea is making a point, as he is charred non-lethally, and even as he falls, he can see it begin to heal and crust away, that if this happens again, Echinacea might just shift their attention a centimeter to the right.
His dexterity save was a natural 1. He is all out of portents. What's the damage here?
Maximum power? It's 60.
He falls unconscious, falling to the ground, and you see as his eyes begin to close. He rolled a 12 on that medicine check. He looks at his own wounds, looks over to his allies who are unconscious but could very much be dead if Echinacea willed it so. The eyes close, rolling back as he hits the ground.
The last thing he sees as he hits the ground is Echinacea soaring forward, flying over him. As his eyes close, they say, "You know my terms."
Unconscious, but you have a medical capability that is higher than most in your field. You know for a medical fact that he heard and completely understood your last words before he fell to unconsciousness.
Good, because I don't want to talk to him again.
Airwolf shifts into their humanoid form. Fuck that guy! Fuck that guy!
Oh my god! I hated him! Airwolf!
He kicks him in the ribs.
Oh, stop kicking him!
No!
Echinacea flies down and embraces Airwolf's shadowy form. Oh. Airwolf.
They took everything.
I know.
But we beat them.
They took everything. But today we took a little of their pride. And we showed them who we are, partner.
Shadowy tears falling from Aidwolf's face as they turn to embrace you and just hold you tightly. We can get them back.
We can get them back, the Corporate.
I feel... Do you feel as good as I do right now?
I don't think so. I'm terrified. I'm glad, though, and Echinacea in their mind palace will let Aedwulf's feelings wash over their own. A little remedy.
There's that wash of you hear in Aedwulf's mind, we took a bit of their pride. That statement you made, and that is buoying for Aedwulf. And
Yeah.
throughout the hypnosis, you feel, you experience how hard Aedwulf fought to try and focus on you and what was happening. And as soon as they came to consciousness and saw you so dominant on the field, this well of strength has opened up inside of Aedwulf. They've walked this journey with you for quite some time now. Nearly half the time that you've been on it. And there has been this fear that even Aedwulf has not been able to recognize. That his strength fully outward would diminish your ability to heal.
Mm.
But that mental block is undone. As the journey forward is one that needs to be fought, as well as it is one that needs to be restored. And as you see Aedwulf walk into the Mind Palace, you see his wolven form shift into a much larger. The musculature is expanded. The mane is just that now, a longer mane. The fangs extend. Think about the beast in the church in season 1 of Castlevania, where it is lurching over, the podium. This is Aedwulf takes on a much more fearsome state, but you know that strength is being focused to ensure that what has happened to the two of you and so many others will never happen again.
You look resplendent.
I feel like I'm going to be doing a lot more to help you now.
You help me endlessly, Aedwulf. You're here. All the time, you are with me as no one else can be.
And I'll continue to be.
Echinacea nuzzles his snoot, and then looks around the space. I mean, I gotta tie him up.
We have to. Yeah. All right, let's do it. You guys begin to, kind of put these three together and bind them up. Go ahead.
They bind them together, and in just a moment of two things coalescing in Echinacea, the healer and the petty motherfucker, they leave them each a potion of healing with a little bow wrapped on it.
Incredible.
And they write out their terms just in case Soverian forgets.
Okay. And do you leave them in the room and depart, or do you wait here until they awake?
If Echinacea were a different person, there'd be a real joy in lording this over someone.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just not them.
Yeah.
And they know that, yes, they managed this. They have escaped their kidnapping, but they are not going to stay and allow them to try again. These are capable individuals, and Soverian is a caster with a deeper understanding of the heights of the weave than Echinacea currently truly has, and they're not going to underestimate that. That's Soverian's mistake. That's the Arcanum's mistake. and that hubris cannot live in their chest. So instead, Echinacea strokes Aedwulf, says, "Shall we walk out of here free, you and I?"
Let's. Yeah, tucks his head for you to get on.
I climb up on his back. And I know I hope this doesn't throw any sort of wrench in your plans, but I do think Echinacea would have the presence of mind to message the group.
That's totally fine. I will say, this is going to be the part where we start getting to kind of
Same time.
fast tracking to folks kind of getting together. Given the amount of time that's spent, we can say the rest of those 3 hours are traversing this area to get together. But I will say, Echinacea, you can go ahead and send your message to whoever you'd like, and they will get it in real time.
Okay.
That's fine.
Echinacea speaks into the sigil. "Okay, everyone, so I was kidnapped, but I'm okay. I've knocked them out. There were 3 of them. Their names are Soverian, and then redacted and redacted. I'm in the subterranean tunnels, I think underneath to cool." And like they just start relaying very clinically, and I think you can even hear like a degree of dissociation as they are like, these are the events that have transpired.
And Zio, you and Lucian, the 2 motherfuckers with the sigils, hear that message from Echinacea ring out as soon as the door shuts on Dolores. You're muted.
I think Zio doesn't hear the message because they're literally like banging
What the fuck?
and screaming.
Okay.
Yeah, they're literally banging and screaming like, "Dolores! Dolores!"
You're screaming at Lucian. You do hear Echinacea. "You're safe. We're coming to find you. We are also in the subterranean tunnels. Something has happened to Dolores. She's been cut off from us. We're trying to get in there now."
She's awake!
We have a lot to catch up on.
That's great.
We have a lot to catch up on. Okay. Drop a ping. Oh, where are you?
Listen, Kaelin looks. Uldiel and I are coming for you. We'll meet you.
No. I'll go. What?
Zio, you're pounding on the door as this argument is happening.
Yeah.
There's no doorknob. There's no. This fucking...
They're like a dog when like the doors close.
They're
like trying
pacing
to
around
figure
it.
out. Yeah, they're just like trying to figure out like I did not just come to these caves to lose another one. Like
Wit walks up behind you. Maybe it's for the best.
What do you mean it's for the best?
I just mean we don't know what she's gonna fucking find in there. Chill out.
What? You were literally yelling my name less than half an hour ago because I fucked off somewhere.
Yeah.
We have to get her out.
Take a second. What's your panic gonna do for Dolores? Nothing. Take a breath. You hang out with the big bird. Catch some air. In, out type shit. Yeah, there you go. It's gonna be fine, little horns.
I can't lose her too. We just got her back.
All right. Just
okay.
take a minute.
Fine.
We'll see what happens. And you kind of take that breath. and we'll transition over to Dolores.
Mm-hmm.
You walk forward to see the visage of your mother in front of you. And unlike the programmed illusions that you've seen, this form is actively assessing you. Give me an Arcana check, quick.
Seven. I've been rolling so bad.
7. The crystals are alight in the tunnel, and your mother sort of walks forward, hands outstretching. You came. You always hated this place.
You don't like feeling trapped?
You're not trapped. The door will open once you get it.
Dolores tries to reach out and touch her mother.
You reach a hand out, and you try to rest it on an up-facing palm, and it just phases through. And at that moment, it's when you realize that the crystals in this space are creating the image of your mother. Their light is creating this almost like hologram type representation of her. If you're touching me, you can't, and I can't see you. This is programmed to the best of my ability, but I'm not a terribly smart woman, so it might be broken.
Oh, what is this?
I kept a lot from you. I kept a lot from your dad. Down this... Well, in this descent, you'll find something that I left for you. And in it is etched all of my love. And it's the start of some of the secrets I kept from you. Things you need to hear about who I was.
Dolores tries to reach up and cup her mother's face. You're not alive, are you?
If your father is here with you, tell him I'm so sorry. He is. The both of you are the best thing that's ever happened to me. You have something inside of you, Dolores. Something that I gifted you when you were born. A piece of music that only you can sing. I was part of a group called It begins to phase out as over time these crystals have begun to crack. Some of them having fallen out of place, so the sequence that was set is not complete.
Dolores tries to look around and see if there's something that's like fallen out of place or...
Any
perceive
sort of
if there's anything to fix.
any sort of crystal, you see crystals on the ground, and you do see slots where they would have fallen out of. So I'll say give me a nature check and see if you can put them in the proper place.
4.
You pick up one and it just disintegrates in your hand. Its stability was met in this wall, so that piece of the story is locked, but there are a couple more. You can try again if you like.
I think. Sorry, there's someone banging. And I don't know if it's picking up my.
It's me.
Discord.
It's Theo. Sorry.
Oh, perfect. That's very.
We don't hear it though.
Okay, that's good. It's just very distracting to me because I'm like,
No, you're okay.
As soon as someone just moved in, so I think they're hanging stuff up, but it's just like, okay. So is she there? Is it just flickering or is it gone?
She's flickering. It's not gone.
After the first crystal disintegrates, there's that moment where it's like, oh fuck, like, and then you just kind of stop and hold still, and you're just like, if I touch it, it's gonna fuck up again. And I think she steps back to not erode anything else. And she tries to sing back the lullaby that her mother called.
Give me a performance check with advantage.
Yeah. As just a way to tap into that magic, because that's the last thing that she said. Like, something important, something about a song.
Mm-hmm.
She obviously can't mess with crystals, so
she's not a woo-woo girly. Yeah.
Okay, 30.
30?
Mm-hmm. 18 plus 12.
Wow.
So she's sitting, like, I think she's kneeling with her hands on her thighs, just looking up, trying to muster, look around, see the light, and recall the lullaby.
You begin to sing this lullaby back to this vision of your mother. In this moment, as you sing this song and you think about your experiences over the last few days of being back home, what is it in this moment that Dolores wants? And what is a regret that Dolores has? It's okay. Take your time.
Mm-hmm. You mind if we pan over to Zio and stuff while
we can do that. Yeah, think about that, and that's totally fine. We transition. No, of course. We transition over. Zio, you do begin to hear singing, and it is very. Give me an investigation check here.
Oh. Oh, God. Investigation. That's a 23.
23. Okay.
22.
Nice. Okay. Still great. In the performances you've seen of Dolores as at the Crimson Mask, And in those moments of quiet where Dolores would pull out a harmonica and sing and perform, just like she did the other night at your parents' house.
Yeah.
This is Dolores's voice. She is singing. And Lou, what is an emotion coming through in Dolores' singing right now?
I'm so sorry. There's just like
No, it's okay.
constant knocking that is very disruptive to focus for me.
You're totally right.
It's probably like a confusion. She's not sure that singing will help. It's kind of like when that's your last chance. There's no distress. I would say that it's more
Deep
just
curiosity.
this curiosity
Yep.
and hesitance.
Okay.
But it's getting stronger as she's remembering the lyrics.
Okay.
The words.
So I'll say, in your investigation, like you're able to hear in the tone of voice that there is not like fear here. There's a deep inquisitiveness and a desire to know something. So you get that.
Is Wit standing there still with Zio?
He's leaned against the rock, yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
I think maybe you were right.
I'm gonna do my best to not rub that in.
It's okay. There's a lot of things that you've been wrong about. And then Zio kind of just like
Shut
press
the
their
fuck up.
ear to the rock. They press their ear to the rock so that their face is also like facing Wit. Sorry I yelled at you.
That's fine.
Thank you for coming.
Doc's been nice to me. And hate to admit it, but after going to their place, I feel a lot better. I don't want to be the kind of asshole that gets help from somebody and then leaves them hanging. I get to decide the kind of asshole I want to be.
And that's why I'm thanking you. So that you know that your choice is appreciated.
Don't.
And I can see it. I can see that you're trying and you're putting in the work.
Thanks for saying so. Appreciate it.
Have you ever been flying?
Huh?
Have you ever been flying?
Not willingly.
Sorry, this is funny.
When we find Echinacea and we get back, I have a place to show you.
Okay. All right. Keep your secrets, little horns. See what it is when we get there.
Also, at this point, I think Zio is more. I've heard about Echinacea.
I was going to say,
assuming.
Lucien, just to make
Yes.
it really explicit above the table, Lucien's tapping you on the shoulder now, like, they're safe.
Huh?
They're okay.
Oh,
We
okay.
are finding... should one of us, he's very much thinking about himself, run to try and meet them and lead them back to us?
Well,
it's going to take time. This is a big space, but...
I'm also afraid of us getting separated with everything that's kind of around any corner. You know, spiders and things. But if... well... Toke is here. maybe
He could lead me.
Toa can lead you. He probably knows some of this area. Doesn't Kaylin want to go too? Kaylin and Oldia, did they say something about trying to find?
I'll bring Kaylin.
Why don't you bring Kaylin, and then Wit and Oldia and I can wait here to see what happens with...
Fine. Kaylin, we're leaving.
Mhm. It's like, hey, be nice. Zia just kind of like gives him a little cheeky smile and says, "It's so hard to be mean to him, though."
It's quite easy, actually.
But not for an extended period of
He's
time.
totally lying. He's not telling the truth. No role required. He's just like, no, fuck him. But
So I love Caitlyn being like the aside from Toka, Caitlyn being like the biggest one in the group. It's like, but he's so baby.
he's so baby. Yeah.
Be nice to him.
This man is.
He's 2 apples tall.
He's two apples tall. Big and thick, but yeah, Toka, Lucian, and Kaylin sort of nod. We'll be back as soon as we meet up with Echinacea. There's just like a very relieved air between Echinacea's two partners, knowing, like, having heard that they are okay, but there is still this like this desire for quickness in finding them. So they kind of, all right, lead the way, my friend. They look up at this fucking 8 foot tall shark man, and they start. And
Zia also just says, like, thank you to Toka, like, thank you. And Echinacea is the best person to find in regards to maybe seeing if we can do something about your fence.
Oh, great healer then.
A very good healer.
Oh. Thank you. I am excited to meet your blonde friend.
Blonde.
Blonde. He's so
Blonde.
baby.
I love Toka.
But these three
So big.
split off, so they are giggity gone as they go to meet Echinacea. And we will just quick jump back over to Dolores as you have an answer to your questions. And we'll check in with Echinacea.
I think the largest thing that Dolores wants right now is to just let go of all of these boundaries that she's put around her mind, whether it was from a chaos spell or not, of like who she was and who she is now, these compartmentalizations. And I think slowly these barriers have been breaking down, and in this moment every muscle relaxes, every boundary of who she was or where she compartmentalized parts of herself, she just relaxes and opens up to the truth, things that she's known and rejected, or these new things that whatever this part of her mother is trying to tell her, she surrenders to it. And she regrets not reaching out and integrating who she was and her family sooner, and pretending.
You begin to see as your mother turns and begins to walk down this hallway. There's a large dip in the stone, and a lip that gives you a descent down a stone staircase. On it, on the walls surrounding the staircase, you see it's writing of some kind. What languages do you know?
I know, I think just common and primordial. Let me check. Yep, that's it.
You can't read these. You see aspects that look like common, but you only get certain, like, keeper, accord, nightingale. You get birds or birds. Yeah, nightingale's a bird. No shit, Alec. Thank you. But you get random words kind of segmented here, and then you make your way down, and washed with this feeling of regret over not accepting being home and pretending to be something that you're not. As you descend down the staircase, what is something that you want to give up? What is something you want to rid yourself of? And nothing is a valid answer.
I think it's the artifice of toughness. Thinking that pushing back, pushing down, force will solve things. It has before, but she's realizing that these bigger problems, these epic adventures, actually don't require that much might or force. There's something a lot more subtle that actually makes, much more improvement and progress that she's observed. She's seen Sophia battle in the Crimson Mask, or she's fought in the streets, and she thought that was what it took to be powerful and strong. And now she's in battles of a grand scale, and it's more about communication and magic and these shifting things that she doesn't fully understand. But she wants to, not out of pride or power seeking, but purely because she knows that she could help, and she wants to help the people that she's met. And there's a vulnerability and a newness to it all.
You make it down these steps, Dolores, and the lullaby rings out completely around you as you see a stone. Angie's yawn was crazy.
That's cute.
You're so good, Stinker Butt. It was just a moment of
It was like
It was
it's
so
like one of
cute.
those yoga
Don't be embarrassed.
exhales, like
yeah, dude. You're so good.
yeah.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, you're so
that
good,
was out loud
Stinker
too.
Butt. That was out loud too, yeah. Yeah. You see this stone platform, and atop it almost looks like a ring box. And the vision of your mother sort of apparates again. This is the first piece of the puzzle. And it's going to send you on the start of a journey. One that I left when I became your mother. It's one I should have prepared you better for. Because this is your inheritance, Dolores. I spent so much time drafting a version of myself that was so far removed from who I actually was that I'm afraid that it passed on to you. I wasn't honest, so how could... The Nightingale Accord we know the old songs. And we write the new ones. I've known it since you were a baby, but you've got that song in you too. So only take this if you want it. You don't have to do it for my sake. Because, Dolores, you get to be whoever you want to be in this life. And know that I was damn proud to be your mother. And the apparition pauses as this ring box sits closed in front of you. What do you do?
I open it
You open it.
carefully. Taking a second.
All you see in this box is a single gilded string. It is so bright that it completely illuminates the space around you. And the song that you've been hearing since you entered this cave oozes from it. Now, Dolores, I have a question for you. Do you shed the facade of violence, of strength, and embrace the path of a storyteller? That look
Are you
was,
saying I should?
That look was
Can you
dialed, but you went.
clarify? Now.
Can I still punch things?
Okay.
I can assure you that with the help of a very lovely friend of ours, you'll still be able to hit things.
Yeah.
Now it's above table hesitation. That's all. I don't want to break the thing. Okay. What is? How is the string displayed?
It's almost like curled in a spiral.
Do I know what it's for, or have I seen it before?
You've seen it once before
Okay.
on the instrument your mother used to play to you before bed. It's the instrument that would ignite her hair when she was healing your father, when she was soothing your illnesses, when she was making you feel like you could take on the entire world in a moment of doubt. That string was always with her.
She picks it up.
And do you accept it?
I do.
The Sarnacum flakes on your arm completely flex off as this beautiful silver attachment is revealed. It almost looks like an exposed bone on the femur, you see this flute, and as you hold the string, it completely melds with your arm. Your forearm becoming almost akin to a lute, or more like a lyre. And you feel this weightlessness come over you as the strings play for but a moment of their own will, of your will, of your mother's will. What you've been doing this whole time is not completely devoid of artistry. Being a prize fighter has its aspects of performance that tell a story to the audience. Dolores, you can remove your levels in Barbarian.
Wow.
And you can become a College of the Prize Fighter Bard.
Alright. Ooh.
College of the
Bard.
Prize Fighter.
At class. Oh shit.
and
And
as-
I'm at,
yeah, you're at level
that's
12.
11? 12.
You're 12,
Okay.
baby.
You're 12.
Oh my gosh.
So you can
You
level
get a
up
lot.
your, yeah,
You
you get flourishes, you
I
get
built
all.
this.
Yeah, that Button is the very lovely friend that assured that you can still beat the shit out of things. So we'll let you level up
College of
as
Prize Fighter.
we
Thank you.
transition over. And also, inspiration point to you, Lou. Expertly played. Expertly played.
Thank you. Thank you.
We got a bard now, baby.
We got a bard, bitches!
Another one
Another one.
in the crew, at least.
What's up, Angie?
All right.
Could we take our break
Yeah.
now?
Yep. Let's go ahead and take our last break here, and then we will pick up with Echinacea and see what's going on. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Bye. See and hear you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Unknown Realms, Tolesh. We left off on a pretty great scene with Lou. Wonderfully done, my friend. We excellently performed. Pardon. All right. We're going to pick up with Echinacea as they are astride Eadwulf, moving across the caverns, jumping over patches of water. You see, similarly to the other group as they had entered, pieces of this cavern that sort of let sunlight leak through. You see the water illuminated and crystals beginning to shoot out an array of different array of colored lights. You see red, you see blue, you see green, purple. You see them all kind of scattering in this prismatic rainbow across the current area you're in.
It's so beautiful. It's so reminiscent of the creation of preludes. But Echinacea is so frightened still. They're so alert, keeping their eye behind them, expecting Soverian and his crew to come chasing after them. So they keep on for a while, Echinacea keeping watch, Eadwulf moving forward. And Echinacea is going to spend the spell to conjure their 8 phoenixes, which circle them 4 kind of behind, 4 ahead. Switching, 2 of them switching to the sides as they go. They are taking no chances.
Okay.
They do not want to be surprised by anything.
Okay. Yeah, your phoenixes are summoned and you move throughout the space. Is there anything on Echinacea's mind here other than the keeping an eye out, understandably, for Soverian? Anything that they're thinking about?
Echinacea has the Atlas of Endless Horizons on their belt, and they summon their phoenix quill to their hand. And they don't have their mythic spellbook. And it rankles them. Soverian sent it somewhere. And with the sensation of being surrounded by the magic that fuels the preludes, the presence of Minri, Echinacea meditates on the sight of this quill, on the loss of their spellbook, on the threat of being imprisoned again, and on Minri, their goddess. Echinacea didn't use their reaction to anti-magic today because they didn't need to, but they thought about it. And as they ride now, they think about how they might need it, and how they do need that spellbook.
You move through the space swarmed by phoenixes and on a much larger, stronger version of Eadwulf, and you see down this long tunnel, standing clad in a beautiful low-cut robe, 7 stars on her chest, wild blue hair almost mimicking yours. Minri, standing as you meditate, thinking about this spell book, and she very quickly flits over, and almost in an instant she is beside you, flying alongside you as you think about this piece of your power that you just wish to have back. Minri's hand sort of hovers over yours. I'm glad you're well.
Is this really you?
This is a beautiful thing about ley lines. I am able to travel them quite quickly. And I check in on you often.
That mage cast anti-magic.
Yes. And it did not serve him well.
No.
Sure did not.
Angie, you gotta mute. You're so good, Stinkerbutt. Sure did not.
Echinacea, as they are speaking with Minri, pulls out Mythic Dawn, which they have read over and over and over. It's Thandarel's copy. And they leaf through it. It is the closest text they have in weight and sensation to their mythic spellbook. It even shares the first word in the name. And without cognizing it, because Echinacea is so busy staying alert, they start the ritual that as of yet they do not know they can cast with the mythic spellbook.
Mm-hmm.
But far away, wherever their spellbook has gone to, the words within it start to be erased, fading from the pages, and they appear like a palimpsest in Mythic Dawn, the book that Echinacea is fiddling with. They don't even see the little ripple of flame, not on the cover, but within the pages, as their book is being rewritten. And by the end of an hour, Echinacea will have a mythic spell book, and whoever has Echinacea's book right now will have an empty tome.
We quick cut to where the book is, which is sitting in the center of a table surrounded by mages. One to assume Soverian's lessers. What they're struggling with is the cipher. The way in which Echinacea spells are written are unlike any wizard that exists in Aosha at this time. Even the spells put into the book, particularly the restorative spells, would take time, for there is no wizardly arcane sequence for them. They're not spells wizards are built to cast. At least that was true at one point. Now Echinacea Belrose walks the world.
The School of Myth is in its nascency. So as these casters pore over a book of fairy tales, a book of origin myths, a book that is fanciful, a book that is perhaps continental rather than analytical, and the text fades from its pages before any true deciphering can occur, one last line remains as the text fades, as this scrap of knowledge is wrenched away. The last thing these mages read before the text goes blank is, "I am the author of my emancipation." And then the spells are gone.
Take an inspiration point. You,
Okay.
you ride with Minri as I imagine the events are recounted to her.
They end by saying, "He's just another person who wants to lock me away." Why does everyone want to lock me away? What did I do?
What you did was show them the truth.
What is the truth?
That the world does not need to be the way they say it is. That there is a different way. One where life, autonomy, freedom is at the forefront of all mortal life. Where no one is subjugated for the knowledge they know, for the ways in which they can make this world better for others. You challenge the bedrock of their very existence, and that frightens them. And it should frighten them.
I don't want to make people afraid. I just want to be free, and I want them to be free, because if what is happening to others mirrors what happened to me, then I'm not free yet. The Alloyborn, until they're free, I'm not really free. The prisoners of the Mage's Arcanum, until they are released, I am in those cells with them. Ugh. And Echinacea's mind goes where it has to go. To Vaymir. How can I be free when I know that an entity old as this planet is trapped within it?
By ensuring that there is a path to freedom. A path where his anchors are broken, his power over this world is removed, where institutions like the Mage's Arcanum are dismantled completely, where the Alloyborn get to exist as they should, freely. You know, in this dark moment, that there is a path to this future.
The path is so dark. I sometimes cannot see where I next need to step.
And that is where faith and the stalwart trust in your own beliefs leads you. It brings you more than you can see in the moment. Minri flips the page of Mythic Dawn to reveal to you a page out of your Mythic spellbook.
Oh, 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 oh. Echinacea hugs the open book to themselves so that it can embrace them back. Oh.
Your power, what has been taken from you, will find its way back, just as this book has.
All roads lead home. And perhaps in that, my home lays in freedom. Follow the path home, and you will find freedom lighting the way.
She smiles on you. You are not only my champion, you are Ashbourne. There's more to you than they could ever see coming.
There are tears falling down Echinacea's face. They're so overwrought. They've been spinning the drain this entire time since they left Soverian and Co., putting on not even a brave face, but just so sunk in their alertness that nothing else could exist but anxiety. And the tears fly past them as Aedwulf bounds through the caverns, Minri's flying beside Echinacea, the phoenixes circle clockwise, the terrariums circle counterclockwise, and this atom of feathers and petals makes its way ever closer toward Echinacea's friends as the ritual is completed. The mythic spellbook returned to Echinacea's hands, and foes are left behind.
And your journey forward continues. Minri choosing to stay with her friend until you reach your allies. All right. And we will transition over. Nicely done.
My magic mommy is so sweet. And also a little problematic, but we're not going to talk about that right now.
We're not going to talk about that. We pick up with Dolores. As Zio, you see the door open. Lou, paint us a picture of what Dolores looks like as she emerges.
I want to double check. The string is the magic item that I sensed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You at first see Dolores from behind, her hair fluttering and down. And she's wearing her usual typical like boots, leather kind of or jute pants, leather vest, that kind of thing. But since they were in escort style, she had some kind of fluttery fabric around her waist, just an extra layer, and maybe something a little jingly. She's gotta have a little bit of
A little jangle.
panache. Yeah. And as the door opens, she turns around and there's a spark in her eye and she's on a mission. Like, it seems like all of her steps are a drum beat. She's running out, being like, all right, let's go. And is just kind of ready to take on the next step.
You see the change.
Yeah.
Like, as she moves, it's basically like music or percussive instrument, like, is projecting some kind of music or jingle. It's not like a music box, but it just seems like each step is almost like a dance move where she flits here, like, as she turns, a toe drags into a circle, hair flips, like, it's just as if like a bird is perching and flitting from one to the next. It's just, there's an extra lightness, an extra dance, a little bit like Jack Sparrow but less drunk, if that makes sense.
If Jack Sparrow were a
where
ballerina.
there's just kind of like a bit like of swagger. Yes, exactly. Or Jack Sparrow meets a little bit of like how Esmeralda was animated, where it's just like there's lots of arcs, you know, just like and leading and pulling away. Like there's just like this engagement and swing to her movement where she realizes we're on the chase.
Yeah.
Found some stuff about my mother. Let's go.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can I? And Zio's just gonna like grab at Dolores like by the forearms, just to like actually get a better look at them and kind of keep them still. Like you.
That motion, she like takes that and spins.
Ooh.
Like spins Zio and yanks him along. I'm fine. Let's go.
No, we Echinacea. We found them. We already have a group that's going to.
Like all of like somehow all of the flutters keep going and she stops, turns like what?
Yeah. Right as you got separated, they reached out to us. But as
what are
Zio
they doing?
takes a moment and just kind of looks at Dolores, Dolores has gone through certain metamorphoses over the last 6 hours, like 24 hours, right? Not just one, but two now. And so Zio looks at this brand new Dolores, and it's just like the pendulum swing of like this person just keeps changing right before our eyes. But they take a look at their arm and the armaments, and they look. Do they notice any of the Tarnakim? Is it still there?
It is completely gone.
Yeah.
Completely
And
gone.
then after seeing that, they want to once again focus on the fire Amine.
They are, for the first time you've seen them, completely alight and alive. They are mimicking every move that Dolores makes in a jovial and free motion. Every bit of them look as free as Dolores feels. There is yeah.
Let's go.
I think
waiting for?
I think Zio's just gonna let them go, and it just kind of like sit still, and like there's this creep of a smile on the corner of their lip as they just sort of under their breath, and I think maybe just enough for Wit to hear. And this is probably not going to mean anything to him either. All the fucking dogs suddenly start barking. Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
As is tradition.
Yeah. But they whisper more to themselves. It's just kind of like, oh, the Blade Brother's not going to like this. But it's not fear though. It's amusement. And again, they're not saying it loud enough for
Wit to hear.
Not loud enough for Dolores to hear, because we had not discussed with Dolores.
No, that conversation still has not happened yet.
The Blade Brother stuff, yes.
Yep.
Because that was something that Zio wanted to wait for Echinacea to also be present about.
Makes sense.
Yes. So Zio's just going to be like, they said that quietly. I think just quietly enough that if Wit is close by, he'll hear it, but it probably is not going to mean anything to him. Yeah.
Yeah, and fuck the Shield Sister too. All right, we going?
Lead the way.
Like, old deal. Let's go.
The ODL's already trucking. Already moving. And I will say, here's the point where we will converge the amount of time spent. The rest of the 3 hours pass, and we see the scene where Echinacea, you astride on top of Eadwulf, Phoenix is around you, Minri sort of sitting behind you on Eadwulf, moving forward as The first person you see is Lucian, running forward in a full sprint. He sees you, and that sprint just somehow gets faster as he runs, kind of stumbles for a moment, picks himself up,
Lucy.
and just continues to run, and up until the point where he like skids right up in front of you and just oh, thank God you're safe.
He stopped short of them and they fly, mimicking when they were at Ishwar's castle, tackles him.
Happily falls to the ground and just squeezes them, kissing them deeply. I'm so glad you're all right. I'm sorry I didn't notice until it was too late. I'm sorry.
Stop. I'm sorry.
No. The Soverian did this. Where is
That's
he?
his name. What?
Where is he?
Tied to his brethren, where he took me.
He does laugh and just... I'm sure you gave them hell.
I guess it was hot enough to be that, yeah.
Just cups their face and kisses them again. Everyone's
I
coming.
kiss him deeply.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hmm?
He just says everyone's coming.
Echinacea kisses Lucian, and they take refuge in his arms, being held by him. And they push away the thought. This never seems to get easier with the fact that they've survived, that they haven't been kept from the people they love, and this is proof. And they hold on to him, this refuge, this proof. I still need to get stronger, and I will.
I need to get better at training.
It's not your fault.
It's the fault of the people that took you. And then another piece of evidence, proof. Kaelin scoops the both of you up, lifting you both, showing off the massive strength he has, and just squeezes you both.
Oh, Kaelin.
So glad you're safe.
Only Aidwolf can see Echinacea in their mind palace, running down a hall of mirrors and ignoring every single one that shows themselves putting the amulet of non-detection around his neck, sprinting toward the memory of the Temple of Aelfwyn.
Yep.
I have so much to tell you about the moon. There are moon things. We've learned new moon things today. Later. Please just hold me.
I'm not. He's literally walking with you and Lucian held up. Just, I'm taking you back to the rest. Also, this is Toka. Points to the 8-foot tall shark man. Just, you must be the blonde angel.
That is technically accurate. Nice to meet you.
Oh.
Are you okay? You look, I think, Angie, the healing that Zio did, I imagine that it looks like Zio was here, but I'm curious about what that means.
Yeah, I think Toka's wounds are healed, but there is still probably a little bit of blood on them. And then Zio's healing, I think, because it's not very medical in nature, it's just very natural. The way, and for Echinacea's eye as a trained doctor, they would notice that some of the scarring is still like rough and patched and kind of very much like the way that a natural scar would heal, except like instead of like a medically stitched sutured word injury. But I think Echinacea would probably notice that for a creature that seemingly looks aquatic, their fins have been cut off.
Yeah, I think it's clear to see that.
Very roughly and aggressively.
Oh. Oh no.
I am Karakto Takalama.
Karakto Takalama. I'm Echinacea Belrose, the blonde.
Yes, I know what that is now.
Your wounds, I can see they've been treated.
Yes.
And I can see that they seem recent.
Zio helped me with them. They said maybe
Remarkable.
you couldn't help me with my fins. They were taken from me. And I will say, you're all walking and talking at this point. You're all moving toward everybody else. Ilwina tried to ingratiate us into her forces.
Of course, Glacia hasn't fucking quit. And Echinacea flips to a new page of their new spellbook, which, true to like a palimpsest, has a little bit of the remnants of what was written there, even on the blank pages. And Echinacea has level 6 magic. They're not there yet. But they start writing what will take a long time to complete until the next level up. Their first draft at the regenerate spell.
Okay.
Which would grow back fins.
Yes, it would.
I will begin work immediately. And they really mean immediately. They are sandwiched between Lucy. I actually think that one of them might have to take Echinacea's book away just for a little bit, because they're sandwiched between them, and there's like
Lucy
like Echinacea is immediately throwing himself into the next project. Yeah.
All right.
No!
Relax. And I think this is the scene where we begin to see everybody converge. Everybody is now within the same hallway as you see Lucian holding a spell book over Echinacea's head. You need to rest. You don't need to work. I'm sure.
You know I can fly. I will get that.
Echinacea.
Echinacea forgets about their book and they fly towards Zio.
Yeah. Zio will immediately. I feel like the both of them just fly at each other, and there's this twirl of both of them in the air.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you did such a good job with Toka.
You've met him. Are you okay?
Oh, I'm not, but I'm not. That's okay.
Okay. We can talk about it more. But also, and then turns over to point at Dolores. Dolores is here.
Dolores
we got out of the cocoon, and also,
yes,
more.
Yes. What happened? What? Hello, Dolores. I don't know if you are a hugger.
I think as she waves and like also the hug, you kind of hear like an accordion. I think
That's crazy.
what I'm leaning towards is that there's some like that first burst there was like some kind of fun jingle, but it's also kind of cacophonous. She's kind of going through this like ugly duckling phase of not knowing how her body works. Like there's magic, like there's kind of like sparks of like druid craft, like you can tell there's like this almost this big unblockage that's happened, but it's not like a pretty butterfly. It's like Bambi. You know, where it's, you know, like, she'll kind of, like, get some confidence and, you know, try to do a move, but then, like, her limbs have changed. Like, some of the notes seem off. It's untrained, it's unexperienced, and there's still some of that, like, wild magic there, correct? Like
The
she
wild
is
magic is
still...
not gone. Those effects will still take place, yes.
Yeah.
And they're
So-
activated as soon as you get hit. We'll treat it the same,
Yes.
they just don't happen upon rage anymore.
Got it. Yeah, so it's clear she's kind of almost going through, like, a magical puberty.
And oh man, this is awesome and
Magical
neat. Can
puberty is
Echinacea?
diabolical.
Can Echinacea? I don't know what check would be appropriate here, like Arcana or Medicine or Investigation.
I'd say your pick. No, it's going to be Arcana.
Okay. 20, not nat.
And what are you looking for specifically?
Echinacea wants to know. I think Zio said the cocoon and more, which leads Echinacea to believe that this is not related to the cocoon. But I think it's just one big check, and, you know, an unnatural 20 isn't like an astounding roll, but we know that the modify memory was removed, that this cocoon took place, that there's something magical happening to Dolores and, like, exhibiting in her entire body. They just want to get a sense of origin. Yeah, origin.
The weight that you felt in regards to what you gleaned during Dolores' time in the cocoon, it's very clear that it's not gone, but it is very much diminished and dampened by this new presence. And this new presence feels innately arcane in nature, not divine. That's the key distinction in this, I think, that you glean on a 20, is that the source here is of the weave. It is written and sequenced magic where the influence of the Blade Brother is a bright, radiant sort of candlelight within her. It's old, and it is not too dissimilar to the way is different, but you can tell that it is also deeply ciphered magic. There's layers to peel back here, things to understand, and you're gleaning that given the fact that Dolores is going through this arcane puberty, right?
Yeah. Echinacea will just watch her dancing around and, like, dance with her in that uncomfortable, like, oh, the rhythm keeps changing, like
Oh yeah.
oh my but I think at one moment they'll kind of twirl, and Echinacea will just have Dolores in this very light embrace, like a sweetheart hold, and looking at her, kind of fluttering their wings so they can be taller, just as the hold demands. They'll say, this change, it feels a little like a Minray, but not quite. It feels familiar. And you're smiling.
I think Dolores is listening to you, but to themselves or on their own aside. She says, "You're safe." Just with so much relief, and just holds you close. Like, is listening to you, but is mostly just like, oh my god. Yeah. And just gives you a big hug.
They hug her back. It's that moment of two people talking past each other to talk about each other rather than themselves. And I think
Yeah.
recognizing that, Echinacea just holds Dolores tight and is grateful for that shared impulse.
Yeah.
Mhm. Exactly.
Wit points at you, Echinacea. Good to see you're okay, Doc. Never had a doubt.
Oh, wait. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you for being here. That's very sweet. They look at Zio.
Zia just sort of like has a little blush.
Uldiel.
And then also just like remembers exactly what happened this morning.
Mhm.
And it just gets even deeper as they
Uh-huh.
just slowly, as you notice, as Zio immediately looks down to the ground, trying to hide how much darker their the flush that suddenly comes over them gets.
Oh no. Thank you for being here. And Duldy, you too.
Uldiel immediately runs, takes a knee in front of you.
No, I hate this. Every time.
Echinacea.
Echinacea makes her stand.
There are tears welling up in her eyes.
It's not your fault.
I failed.
Nope.
I failed to
No.
protect you.
I also failed to protect me. Listen, sometimes people jump you, and I think that I just have to get used to that. You
I
didn't fail.
will never leave your side again.
I don't actually like that.
There's you get the clearest image of Uldiel pushing a twin bed next to yours. Like,
No,
never
ma'am.
leaving
Ma'am, please.
you alone. And there's this, you're comforting her as much as she's trying to comfort you, and there's this just, you see this chill take over her. Soverian?
Yes, he is Koliada's High Mage.
Okay.
It's kind of what I said. Okay.
Is he alive?
Yes. Yes. I know.
I'm
And
just-
Echinacea, they want... It has been their practice not to kill, but they have to come to terms with the fact that they thought about it. He is alive. I gave him terms. Zio, if he follows them, he will be offering you aid in facing Glacia. It is absolutely within your rights to say, no, I don't want your fucking help.
I'm sorry. So the person who kidnapped you,
Yes.
you gave them such a massive mollywhopping that you set terms to help us against Glacia?
I don't know if he will follow them for certain, but I did give him terms before I knocked him out.
Remember when I was jokingly saying that you're as strong and as capable as even some of the people in the major arcana? And you told me, shh, 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 shh. You told me, quiet you, because they'll hear.
Hey, listen.
I will continue saying it. We have... How many of us here came running for you? Worried and thinking that we wouldn't make it in time. And here you are, not just in one piece, but strong enough to protect yourself from a high mage. And yeah, maybe he was all big talk, But still, that's something to really consider, Echinacea. I know you want to
your
get.
meaning.
I know you want to get stronger.
I do.
But I think it's worth celebrating the strength you already have.
Oh. You watch Echinacea stiff upper lip. Another like potential deluge of waterworks. They keep it behind the eyes, but there's this quiver of their lip. It means so much to hear from Zio, who's been with them for so long, and has been there since Echinacea needed Sir's saving to be freed from the Magus Arcanum. I think you are so wise, and I will celebrate. We've all done. They look at Dolores and her new adolescent magic. They look at Zio and the healing upon Toka, which was substantial. We've come so far.
There's still a long way to go. She looks down, like, towards the path where the purple crystals are, knowing that there's so much that her party doesn't even know, and that she doesn't know. The mystery is just now being solved, the puzzle that her mother left.
And those crystals, just like your parents said they would, lead you back to Takul proper.
Oh.
You find yourself in a northern jungled area just outside of the village. The sun just beginning to fade into evening, or not evening, late afternoon. Plenty of time before the celebration that would find you. And I had a different moment in mind for this. But I think this is the right moment for this. Zio, you have known Echinacea the longest, and they have known you the longest. The growth in your relationship and the growth in you has known so much change in your time together. This is the perfect foil to an argument had in the hut of a death hag, where power was everything. Your strength decided how good you were. But today, acceptance of celebrating the strength you have in lockstep with continuing to get stronger. Your prelude ignites as you take another step down the path of acceptance.
Oh my god!
How does your prelude change, Angie?
Oh my god.
It was too perfect. I could not deny that moment. Abso-fucking-lutely not.
I think as Zio takes a step out into, I'm assuming it's the sunset.
Yeah, it's not setting fully, but you can tell it's
Mhm.
beginning that process of meeting
Yeah.
its fall. Yes.
The sky is becoming pink, and there is this immediate deep inhale of air, of the fresh air of the sea air, and they look, I think they would have walked out not leading the way. They would have stood, they would have made sure that everyone was making their way out, and their vision sort of shifts in that moment of a memory back in Iothalor, walking out of another set of caves, and the realization of the hurt that they had been feeling, and that having felt like a step forward into accepting the changes that they needed for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But in this moment, it's knowing that they're going to be all right. Even after everything that is happening, even after what is they have to contend with, things are going to be all right. There's that glimmer of hope. And there is this sort of glow that starts emanating from Zio. And it starts off dim. And then once they realize, it almost, with their shock, it almost reacts to that. It becomes brighter. And every line in their body that has been carved either by the love of their island, the love of their home, the love of Echinacea's protection in creating that prelude, the love for balance and the wind, the love that they feel for Asandra with the tattoo etched into their rib cage. Every single line in their body begins glowing. And it's just a sort of kind of pinkish, purplish color. And in their reaction, it gets brighter. And then they remember, breathe, breathe, as they sort of calm down and let the wind wash over them, this sea breeze, and they also feel it get dimmer. But it's just perpetually shining.
Theo, you're glowing.
This is gonna be very hard to deal with when I'm trying to sneak around.
Oh no! Oh no!
Lucian smiles. I think you'll make it work.
I don't want to
Kyle
cover.
says that you light up a room, but this is taking it too far.
Kaylin, just laughs really hard at that. Unfortunately, he's got that sense of humor. He's like, "Oh, that's good."
I don't know what it means.
Minri
Okay.
takes a step forward shifting.
Oh, she's still here.
She's still here. And puts a hand on your shoulder, Zio.
God.
It means that you are walking the path in your own way. And you've made a great stride.
Nothing will ever feel dark again.
Not while you're here.
Minri takes a step back and holds your hand, Echinacea, as you all watch this. She kind of leans down. I'd like to linger for a while if I can.
It is an honor, a privilege, and deeply appreciated. Please stay.
Perfect timing, too.
goddess.
We've
I
We've got a
heard
party
tale
to
of a
get to.
party, yes.
Mm.
You see as all of you see the blue hair sort of wraps around her as she shifts into the visage of a human woman. Stark white hair that's very curly, very full and round face, tall and curvaceous, just in a beautiful robe. Well, shall we go?
We do have to tell everyone else that we did find Echinacea too. No one is left wondering.
Yeah.
Everyone's just like in the in the house, like, oh, and we're out there just like, woo!
I think Echinacea seeing their goddess humanized and seeing Zio dawn, seeing the prelude merge a little bit more with Zio and their path as the item itself becomes legendary. There's this wash of joy for Zio, and they don't want it to be there, but this immediate terror that the Magus Arcanum has one of Echinacea's preludes. And they bury the fear in their garden. But in burying that fear in the Garden of Lost Things in their mind palace, it is the case that it takes root. But they bury it. They put it away for later. And they watch Zio glow, and they hold on to that light.
And that is where we will end tonight's chapter of Known Realms Tolesh.
Angie, I gotta code your legendary. I didn't know whether we were. I have the text of it.
Wow, so cool.
Quick, important question, Alec.
Mm-hmm.
While attuned to the prelude, one of the wearer's scores increases by 2 to a maximum of 24. What does Zio get a +2 in?
Wisdom.
So fucking smart.
So wise!
We,
So wise.
I think a lot of Zio's journey with us has come full circle in this session. And a transition to a legendary version of their prelude just made sense.
Oh.
So-
Legendary thing.
So, before we head out, we will outro our players, starting with Button.
Fuck, I forget it's me. I'm Button. Hello, my pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. I play Echinacea Belrose in this game. They're just a little guy. And you can find me in an upcoming project, soon to be released-ish. And when I'm not here, you can find me over on Stealthy Elf Productions, where I play Cressida in Unearthed Inheritance, where I play Sugarpea in Outlaws of Alkenstar, and where I play Amanita in New World Rebellion. That is me.
Angie.
Oh, hello everybody. I'm Angie. They, them pronouns. I've been playing Zio Marino. He, they pronouns. Very weepy. So weepy. You can catch me here, of course, every Sunday for our ongoing campaign. Currently, you can find me over on the Secret Nerd podcast for Ghosts Underground, the Corrupted TTRPG podcast, which has been produced by the Corrupted's very own creator, Navi. Oh God, I'm so weepy and I'm just humbling. Navar Sheik Jackson. Very cool. If you like Fallout, if you like The Last of Us, definitely check it out. You can also find me over on the Imagination Arcade on Thursday, starting Thursday, May 29th, for Thursdays concurrently after that. For Eat the Reich, where I will get to play Cosgrove, kind of sassy Brit vampire, and we're going to be eating and killing Nazis, because
Fuck Nazis.
and then also check out One Shot Network for Mad as Hell, 2-episode one-shot game that we did with Soul Muppet Publishing for their game Mad as Hell, where you play as demon hunters fighting the demons of capitalism. And last but not least, go check out The Last Arcanist, our Daggerheart campaign over on Dicescape. We had our first origin story for Eleanor, and you should check it out. Yeah,
Thank you,
That's me.
Angie.
a lot.
Lou.
Hello, I'm Lou. I play Dolores. She, her pronouns for both of us, and you can find me at Lucilia_art on most social medias. Check it out.
Guys,
Watch
Yeah.
her Patreon
do it.
once it exists.
Or
Hopefully.
else.
Did we go dark? Oh, we're good.
No, we're good. Expertly played tonight by everyone. We got a bard. We got the party's first legendary item.
Yeah.
We got some, yeah. You don't give those out lightly.
So lit. Angie, you're going to be a menace.
Um,
You already are, but more.
but yes, my name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. I've been your archivist for this evening. When I'm not here, you can find me over on Stealthy Elf Productions, where I play as Fenris in Heroes of Hysteria Unearthed Inheritance, and I also play as Nrim in New World Rebellion. Then, not this Wednesday, but the Wednesday after, you can find me in the finale session of Starcrawl's Not For Sale, a Thirsty Sword Lesbian mini campaign fighting the capitalists. Yes. But
Get 'em.
until next time, I believe we're off next week. Because
Memorial Day.
Memorial Day, and we don't want to have the party without Angie. If
Yeah.
anything, we'll talk about it. Stay tuned
It
to our
wouldn't be a
socials.
party without Angie.
Exactly. Stay tuned to socials to see
Yeah.
what we're doing, but we will see you guys soon. Okay. Bye. Hang on for a raid.
Thank you for being here. Hang on for a bit. Bye.